cam working, so we're gonna start without it. How's everyone doing this morning? Trying to see if I can get my cam working. Doesn't look like it wants to work. Can everyone hear me okay? Thanks, Skadoodle. How are you doing? And don't forget, I have that drops are on, so you can get your Final Fantasy Twitch drops. Scoodle, did you get your Final Fantasy Twitch drops? I'm doing fine, thank you. Feeling pretty good. Got lots of sleep. My cat is in my way. Well, if you watch me for a while, you'll be able to get those drops, apparently. I don't know if they're actually on my channel, but it says they are. Well, it says I'm dropping frames. I don't know why. Okay, thanks, Doodle. I'm glad that you did see it. Yeah, the Final Fantasy drops are pretty cool. You get I believe it's 1 hour. You get choke. You get +4 XP food. I believe 2 hours is Aetherite tickets, and then watching 6 hours gets you the mount. I don't remember what mount it is. Yeah, I don't remember the name of the mount either, but I believe it is some chocolate mount. Matter of fact, I should take a look and see what mount it is. It's a Chocoperger whistle. I don't know what that exactly is, but we'll find out here in a minute, because I can probably show you, because I already got my Twitch drops. Let's see here. So this is the mount. Cute little guy. Did everyone get their PS5 registration code for Dawn Trail yet? I just got mine this morning. Ow, kitty. Ow, kitty. Oh. One moment, getting a phone call. Alright, I am back. Let's turn on some music here, or get the game music going. Alrighty. Yeah, so anyway, this is the mount. Skidoodle says it's the old Butterfinger mount. And Skidoodle, I don't know if you've looked, but I did change my race to a Lalafell because they're cute and fun and they jump really high. Yeah. I figured on the race that I'm not really concerned with cool, I'm concerned with what brings me joy. And the Lalafell definitely brings me joy. And I was looking at the gear for Poetics. That's why I'm here at the Enna Tombstone Exchange. And I'm only able to get eye level 400 gear. I don't know if there's a different place for me to get higher gear or what. But I guess we'll start off with eye level 400 and then continue through the Shadowbringers MSQ. That's something I need to look at. Why can't I fly? Well, that's the thing, Skidoodle. I just entered the first patch of Shadowbringers. I'm in 1.1 patch. So I guess I don't know exactly what... I don't know, I'll just stick with eye level 400 gear. I was able to get quite a few pieces. Let's see here. I was able to get the weapon, the helm of maiming, the augmented Cern armor, and the augmented Skaven gauntlets of maiming. So I got quite a few gear pieces left to go. Head back to Mordona. Okay. And Skidoodle, since I don't believe you bought the collector's edition, I'm going to show you the mount. Pretty cool mount. When you fly, it transforms into a ship. Okay. It is cool, isn't it? Yeah, I'm sorry, I gotta change a few things on my Twitch channel. That's enough messing around. Let's get into some gameplay. Alright, so Shadowbringers MSQ. Let's see where we're at here. Heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. Take the boat to the survey site. Alrighty. Scoodle, have you noticed any difference since the graphics update?
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change.
Figs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
Yes, it does look very clean.
I'm not seeing anything out here.
From what I've noticed, the lighting is amazing.
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Don't look at me, Sal.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot just burn with your soul.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Your time has not yet come.
Well, that was interesting.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night? Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, he'd reply. Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then. I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
There we go, entering Shadowbringers. Ooh, I have to walk. That's interesting. Look at that little guy rowing. Alrighty.
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail? Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists. Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
Really? Oh, I was gonna say.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private. Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you were still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions. That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope, The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Alright, I have to take a little break for a little bit, so just stand by. I shouldn't be too long. And we'll see you in a few. Alrighty, we are back. Let's move on with this story. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. What do we get here? White Oak weapon coffer. Well, I already got a 400 weapons, so that's not going to work. And Shadowbringers orchestration roll. Crystal Exarch has a request for you. What do we get out of that? 385 gear. Now let's see if we can do. I'm gonna disable text auto advance so I can read through this with you guys. Now, a full and frank discussion is in the privacy of my own study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful if were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, the path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience that which I am sure you are all only too familiar with. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should be, in theory, be able to reach all the way back along the etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you have done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the crystalline mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catliss, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morian. To reach him and his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take the exit on the left and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Braggy, one of our men in charge of the trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of the colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Ha, very good. I concede. The layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I am sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach the citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you finish making your rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then. Alright, we get to discover this place. This place looks cool. Let's go attune to the aetherite. Run, little guy, run! By focusing your senses to detect the flow of vastly distant currents of aether, your connection to these energies is faint but stable, and should allow teleportation to aetherites in the source. Alrighty, let's start working on these markers here. Braggy. New to the city, friend? The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome, my name is Braggy, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a wide range of equipment, so we should have something in your size. Forgive my asking, but you are a dwarf, yes? We don't get many of your lot coming down from the mountain these days. Must be a dialect I'm not familiar with. Kitty, what are you doing? My cat is all over my desk right now. Let's see if we can straighten this out. So, see those two in front of us? The shorter one is Whom, and the taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is Galgant, whilst the one in the horns is drawn. And then you have the large scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zoon. Which is apparently not what you call them. Do the dwarves have different names for all the people of the world? Or did you pick up the common tongue in some other far-flung region? Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Your exchange with Braggy has taught you about the peoples of the First. Alrighty, let's move onward. This takes us where we need to go. closer to this one, so let's go see Catalyst. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized, too. Thanks to us in the mean, we work together to procure materials and resources, and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Elmoran layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor, you don't have the whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, despite for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you're ought to contribute to that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Your exchange with Catalyst has taught you about the life of the Crystarium. Alright. Well. Look who we got here. Skadoodle, are you following me? Oh, look at you and your viperness. That's pretty sweet. Alright, Skedoodle, if you must, just follow. Ooh. That looks fun. Yep, I think Viper is going to be in my repertoire. Alright, onward. Oh, Aetherite. Let's get this Aetherite crystal. Alrighty. That is not a way to go. I'm a bit lost. Viper's very combo heavy. I like combos. So I'm assuming I need to go down there. Why do these places have to be so big? Alright, let's see if we can get to where we need to go. Jump. Down. No, this is not where we need to go. But there is an Aetherite shard here we can get. Whoa. Yeah, this computer, I tell you, I needed something different. Eventually. Because I don't know if you saw that hiccup. Another Aetherite shard. Let's get that real quick. Oh, okay. Thanks, Skadoodle. I think I'm back to where I started. Yes, I am. How confusing. I'm just gonna jump down if I can. Nope, not letting me. Alright, back to where we came. Alright, let's see if we can get to where we need to go. Oh, another aetherite shard. Ballistics. What in... Oh my fucking god. I am so lost, it's not even funny. What's in here? Oh, okay. Oh, there goes another hiccup. I'm dropping a few frames, but nothing too extravagant. Oh, aetherite shard. Am I tuned to this one already? Yes, I am. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. Alright. Okay, that led nowhere. Hey, Skadoodle! Alright, I'm coming. Trying to get to the cabinet. For those of you that don't know, Skadoodle is my son. He is helping me out because he's more of a genius than I am at this game. Well, there's an aetherite shard. Well, thank you. That was a lot easier than I. You made that look a lot easier than it really is. Alrighty. And then I must have to go up. Get my short little legs up these stairs. Morning. Excuse me, sir. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and well, well, what I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even. A scrap of scribbled on parchment. Yeah, I bet this whole area is very confusing to try to navigate. I'm sure once I do it a few times, I'll get it down, but still. My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin, at your service. This humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood of unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom has survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Oh, so you're an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated book of for children somewhere. Just a moment, and I'll fetch it for you. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair, make yourself more comfortable? Ahem. On with the lesson, then. A 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light, she stood twixt us and the approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvant and Norvant alone spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Norvant's sky. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or, if you would rather, I speak of other matters. That too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. The exchange with Morin has taught you about the Flood of Light. Alrighty, now that we made it here, we can go back to, I think, the courtyard is what he said. No, come down. Alright, how do you get out of here? Look at all these chairs of doom. Door shut. Oh, there's a big door. There we go. Alright. Let's get a rolling. Sprint should be a toggle. Shouldn't have a timer on it. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of the world and its people? Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted the details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-same one you know from the source, transported to the first of its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds. something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. Level 75, folks. The Crystal Exarch is finally ready to discuss the matter of your comrades' whereabouts. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time to I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explained what was befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters. However, I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. Well, yes, of course. It can be opened and closed just like any other. Does that seem strange to you? I know not how the tower functioned in your time, but I assume you were there is no danger to us being locked inside. Alrighty. Did I get this aetherite? Yes, I did. Missing 2. Run, little guy, run! Greetings, sir. The Exarch awaits you within. Enter the Crystal Tower. I have to see how I can pin a message.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study.
Oh.
We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow sires. To put it simply, they are here in the first. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Yustola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Hold on. Cheap viewers on Twitch, yeah. That's the way to get viewers. Thanks, Skidoodle. All right, onward. What have they been doing all this time? Uh-oh. No! How do I get it back? Skadoodle, do you know what happened and how to get it back? I cannot click anything. Oh, there we go.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have seen,
touchpad, I got it.
Our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future, that which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least? Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, We shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Alrighty. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants. Which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but was all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower. Some of which may be familiar to you. But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here! Of course I'm here! What amusements do you have for me today?
Ooh, a fairy.
My dear Feo Oom, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift. How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth, your nails? Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home, through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Sne Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then, make your request, tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap a message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
As a result of your pact with Feo Ul, you now have access to delivery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the First. Nice. Alright, where are we going here? Did I get this shard yet? Nope. Have you tuned yourself to all the aetheryte shards in the Crystarium? Lakeland is now accessible as an aetheryte destination. Cool. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of it as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest and recuperate, and we can reconvene in the ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Azazel. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but my peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home in the Pendants. Your room is ready if you'd care to retire. Retire to quarters. Alright. You.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source. What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to their asses. Let them guide us to the source, and tried to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first. The flood was poised to swallow Wolvrand. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood? 100 years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who tried to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this god's-forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Onward we go. Vexarch shall wait you within.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest. That is good to hear. Should you want for anything, pray let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Northrend, the only area to be spared the Flood of Light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lake. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Mech. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armarang. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the Flood of Light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on her foe. So, will it be Calusia or Armarang? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you've made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. But you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of sin eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Alrighty. Nope, not that. I don't think I have anything, but nope. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is a letter of introduction, presented to Sezem Denjanamai, the Master of Beasts at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Ready to depart for Amon Rang, Alize will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned of your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was, repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this letter of introduction addressed to a man named Kassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are a few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. Okie dokie. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro. For passage to Calusa, I will pick you out of a friendly whelp. That's right, mounts like my grey friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from a further afield, more accustomed to chocobos. Perchance I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you are plainly accustomed to riding a Amaro, I think it... I think it best I accompany you on the flight myself. Any Zun worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. Well, we're going to take a little break here. And go from here. So we'll see you all in roughly 10-15 minutes. out back. Ready to do more MSQ. You want to fly an Amaro to Clusia? Well, I suppose if Master Damali Genmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly. You can now travel to Clusia, speak with the aspiring Amaro Tamer to fly to the island. You can also use your Aether Compass to assist with locating Aether Currents. The new regions, the Aether Compass can be found under Collection in the Duty section of the main menu.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Clusia. We are arrived. This is the Cracked Shell Beach on the eastern coast of Clusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy you that city in the distance. That is Elmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and it was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Elmorian elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Elmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I am glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Whatever Citizen Genmai has to tell you, he plainly deems it worthy of your undivided attention. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ivor. Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Clusia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. This will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. All right. get our Aether Compass going here. To the south. What you after? Fish, crab? Think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere? If you have a taste for him. Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan, and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now, what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphino, Alphinoe? I know the one. Your young champion of the downtrodden. Elmore's richer than all of Norvant put together, but it's a different story for them as they live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him. But you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's the fishing village just up the path where you're looking to run for a rundown. Excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Our first Aether Current. Alright, we attune to the Aether Current. Walked all the way around the building just to find some stairs. This is your first time in a tavern. It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What you be having? Let's go with mead. A fine choice. And what'll you be paying with? Well now, those are exotic. Where did you come by these coins like that? I'm sorry, dear, I don't doubt that they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Here's an idea. There's a common to the north, where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them Then we have. What do you say for a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me and you can laze about here as long as you like. Alright. No response. Maybe you need to knock louder. No response. Perhaps Acumen is hard of hearing. You hear faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have been taking up residence in their absence. On the hunt for ether currents. Just got a little hunting for ether currents. think we'll hunt down Aether Currents later when I am more able to find them. Welcome back, dear. What that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Gone. Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Elmore, you don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, well, no, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. But the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire.
which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
Alrighty. So we've been streaming about a little over 4 hours, so I'm gonna take some time off. I will be back on probably around 8 o'clock tonight, maybe earlier, just depends on what's going on. But we'll pick up from there later on. Alright. You all have a good day, and we'll see you when I come back. Have a great one.